Testing, testing. This is the English channel. Testing, testing. This is the English channel.
Welcome to the webinar on ILO C190. Thank you very much for joining us on site and online. We are very honored to have CFL, Ministry of Labor, and IUTC AP to organize this webinar on elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work. We have the opening and the closing ceremonies, as well as several sessions for distinguished speakers from Canada, ITUC AP, and Fiji to share their experiences with us. And of course, we also invite two local academics to shed light on Taiwan's experience on the C190 in the afternoon. You may join us online or on site. When you listen to the presentation, you can select the English channel or the Mandarin Chinese channel. And you can also mute the original so that you can hear the language more clearly. If you have any questions, especially for the online participants, you can type your comments in the chat function of the Zoom meeting. In this opening ceremony, first we will have the General Secretary Shoya Yoshida of ITUC AP to make his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, and good morning from the Tokyo, Japan, and good evening to the friends, spending the time at night. I am Shoya Yoshida, General Secretary of the ITUC AP. Thank you very much for having me in this timely and important forum. And I also appreciate, that Brother Chen Chie, the President, and other leaders and members of CFL and representative of the government and Lily and Vicky from Canadian Labour Congress and my friend from the Fiji Trade Union Congress and distinguished guest and my friend. So this is very important meeting in particular that it is organized that in a very timely manner. And congratulations for bringing into the same virtual room and connecting us with the very people from across the region and the world, leading the movement and the campaign around hashtag ratify C190. Gatherings such as this provide an excellent opportunity for affiliate, partners, and allies in the campaign to interact, swap stories and experiences, and showcase different solutions. There have been several initiatives and endless possibility of things that all of us, participants, speakers, and supporters can learn from each other. I am confident that you will hear this message loud and clear from the presentations later. This is a moment to build on our gains, and nowhere is that more critical than in the Asia-Pacific region. With the number of the ratification of Convention 190 now at 12. I should say 12 or only 12. One thinks, when will another ratification come from the region after Fiji? Today's agenda reflects the shared understanding to engage the campaign from every angle and take head-on the challenge of finding ways to make the right to a world of work free from violence and harassment, real for everyone. We are encouraged that affiliates in the region have made Convention 190 a clear and urgent trade union agenda, including in the engagement with social partners. While there have been both challenges and lessons in getting this instrument brought under the spotlight of government policy and priority radar, the experiences of unions in the 12 countries demonstrated and inspired us. We must never allow ourselves to give up on the possibility of more progress. We are still a long way from the goal, but we will get there. We know how committed all of you are to this plan, and this is a bright marker on our journey to a gender-based violence-free future. We can make this happen, and we hope you will be able to translate your conversations and exchanges into an impulse and momentum to do more, to scale up actions starting immediately and with all of us working together at the center of this campaign. Once again, we thank CFL, Chinese Federation of Labor, for inspiring all of us to come together. We need more unions and allies to join and support these efforts because no one else will do it by his or herself, and it cannot wait. It must be us, unions, working with others, and it must be now. Today, together, we look ahead with optimism and excitement for the important work at hand. As always, we count on your candid advice, commitment, and determination to bring this campaign to the next level. ITUC Asia Pacific remains committed to working with you to rally government, employers, and unions to action and help keep workplaces, work, and workers in the region safe, protected from gender-based violence. Thank you very much. I very much look forward to the enriching discussions and the further opportunity to deepen our collaboration. Thank you very much. And Sheshe, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshida.
Thank you very much, Brother Yoshida, for your inspiring opening remarks. Now we would like to have President Wen Guoming from CFL to make his opening remarks. Thank you. Professor Chang, the moderator of this webinar, the government official from Ministry of Labor, and also distinguished delegates and experts in gender equity from ITUC AP, trade union leaders, youth leaders, experts, academics from around the world, as well as our social partners who are dedicated to gender equity. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm Guoming Wen, President of CFL Taiwan. Thank you very much for the help from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Labor, and also the former president of CFL, Chen Jie, in making this webinar possible. Former President Chen Jie that cannot join us because of their very important engagement. So now I send his greetings on his behalf. We are very honored to have all of you to join us at this very timely and important webinar. The topic we will discuss today is a global and concerning issue having impact on every worker, that is violence and harassment in the world of work. At this moment, when we are discussing this important issue, many rank and file workers are facing violence and harassment at workplace. The case in point is the infamous high-profile movie producers, sexual harassment, assaults, or even sexual crimes, minimizing many women working in the film industry. That's the origin of the Me Too movement. Amid the COVID pandemic, many workers in healthcare and service sectors suffer physical and psychological violence, which in severe cases may cause irreversible traumatic harm and affect the career development and the futures of the victims. CFL Taiwan hopes to step forward to support and speak for workers by organizing webinars like this to discuss this topic and raise people's awareness on the issue of violence and harassment in the world of work. To address such a challenge, the International Labour Organization, ILO, enacted the Convention number 190, Eliminating Violence and Harassment in the World of Work, which has drawn increasing worldwide attention. ILO AP has held multiple webinars on ILO C190 and encourage its affiliate to advocate and rectify the C190 in their home countries. ITUC affiliates should commit to create safe workplace and social environment, as well as enact laws and regulations to protect labor's interests. We are privileged to have an expert from ITUC AP with us at this meeting. She will share with us what they have done to address this vital issue. It is our great honor to have an expert in human rights from Fiji to shed light on Fiji's journey to ratify C190. Fiji is among a small number of nations that have ratified the C190. We're delighted to have this rare opportunity to learn from Fiji on this hard-earned achievement. The first speaker at this webinar is from Canada, the Canadian Labour Congress, CLC. CLC is the most representative Canadian Labour Congress. Recently, it has urged Canadian government to rectify the C190 and pledged to do more in creating workplace free from violence and harassment. I especially like to mention that Ms.Lily Chang, Secretary Treasurer of the CLC, is a great speaker, and her parents are from Taiwan. So we are very happy to have her with us. And there's a 13 hours time difference. So we are especially grateful for your presence at this webinar. Thank you very much from me and also from CFL and all the participants. It is our sincere hope that through this meeting, we can demonstrate CFL's commitment in advocating to ratify the C190 and bring international views to Taiwan and create a safer and better working environment for laborers in Taiwan. On behalf of CFL, I wish the webinar a great success and all the best to all the workers and trade union leaders, a victory for workers, long-live workers and trade unions. Thank you. Thank you very much, President Wen, for your very powerful opening remarks. And he also introduced briefly the speakers for this webinar. ILO has enacted many conventions on elimination of the racial discrimination and also discrimination against women, as well as conventions on safety and health at the workplace. However, if you look at the actual implementation, there's still a lot of room for further work to really materialize the spirit and goals of these conventions. And also because of that, as the previous speakers just indicated that in 2019, ILO enacted C190, and the convention has been in force since June 2021. I saw that there were 11 countries that have ratified this convention. If you add Fiji, then there are 12 nations that have ratified the C190. If you read C190, the text focus on elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work. Most importantly, the convention also mentioned the elimination of domestic violence. Domestic violence will affect employment and also productivity, as well as health and safety at the workplace. So a little bit of background information for your reference. Coming up, we are going to have Ms.Lily Chang, Secretary Treasurer of the CLC, and also Ms. Vicky Smallman, the Director of National Director of Women's and Human Rights for the CLC, to share the Canadian experiences with us. So there's Lily and Vicky.
Thank you very much. Vicky will be able to help me afterwards answer any technical questions that you may have. She is our National Director for our Human Rights Department at the Canadian Labour Congress. 大家好，我今天很高兴有这个机会向大家
Good morning. It's my pleasure
我们
to
加拿
have this
大的经验
opportunity to talk to you about the Canadian experience.
Hello, sisters, brothers, and friends. Thank you for inviting me to join you today and speak to you about the Canadian experience in the campaign to ratify ILO Convention 190. To start, Canada has a particular interest in ratifying Convention 190, as our country played a central role in its development. Both the Canadian government and the Canadian Labour Congress sent experts to the expert meeting that laid out the scope of the discussion and recommended pursuing a convention and recommendation. Canadian government representative Rakesh Patri was the facilitator for the negotiations, and my predecessor, Marie Clark Walker, was our worker spokesperson. Even the Canadian employers were supportive of the convention when it was adopted. So we had hoped that Canada would be among the first to ratify C190. I want to congratulate Fiji for being the first country in the Asia Pacific. I heard that earlier, so congratulations on that. In Canada, the federal government has announced their intention to pursue ratification several times, but have yet to complete the process. But this is not a real surprise. Canada is a federation with 13 provinces and territories, each with its own distinct employment and labor legislation. The federal government, which does have legislation that covers workers in the federal public service, as well as the transportation, communications, and banking sectors, cannot unilaterally decide to ratify an ILO convention. They need the agreement of each province and territory before they can proceed. And each province and territory, as well as the federal government, conducts a detailed technical review of their legislation to determine how compliant it is and what changes may need to be made. In most jurisdictions, the cabinet of the government can make the decision to agree to proceed, except for the province of Quebec, which has to bring the decision to their National Assembly. And as far as we understand, 10 provinces or territories out of the 13 have indicated their support, and the technical reviews are either completed or underway. But there are still 3 provinces or territories that have not formally indicated their support. Unfortunately, this process is not at all transparent, and there's no social dialogue component that would allow unions or employers to contribute. However, the Canadian labor movement is not content to wait. In fact, we've been working for many years to improve harassment and violence legislation and workplace policy and practice, even before we started negotiating this new convention. So I'm going to tell you about 2 important initiatives, and then I'm going to talk about what we are planning next. Much of our efforts at the Canadian Labour Congress have focused on addressing the impacts of gender-based violence in the world of work. In 2014, we worked with researchers at Western University on a national survey on the impacts of domestic violence on workers and workplaces. And our results were quite startling. We found that 1 in 3 workers had experienced domestic violence in their lifetime. 82% of these workers said that their work performance was negatively affected through distraction, tiredness, lateness, interruptions at work from the abuser, poor concentration, and absenteeism. And more than half said that they experienced violence at or near the workplace. Over 1/3 reported that domestic violence affected their ability to get to work, and the same number said that it negatively impacted their coworkers. And almost 1 in 10 said they lost their job as a result of domestic violence. This survey really hit home for many union members. In the months and years that followed its release, the Canadian Labour Congress raised awareness about the survey results, developed model language and resources for collective bargaining, and rolled out a series of workshops to train union representatives on how to recognize domestic violence, understand the risk factors and the employer's role and obligations, how to have caring conversations with members that might be experiencing domestic violence, and how to respond appropriately. We also led an effective lobbying campaign, and within 5 years of the survey's release, we saw changes to health and safety legislation and employment standards in every jurisdiction in the country, including paid domestic violence leave and clear recognition of domestic violence as a workplace health and safety hazard. Unions successfully negotiated strong collective agreement clauses on the issue and paid domestic violence leave for our members, beyond the minimums established by the legislation. We also worked with our research partners and federal employers on resources and training programs for management to help employers understand their obligations and learn how to better respond to domestic violence when it comes to work. And much of this work was complete by the time we started negotiating C190. So we were able to use our success to help ensure that domestic violence was included in the convention. The success of our domestic violence at work initiative showed us the importance of having a strong evidence base and how we can use research to get results. So now we are applying these lessons as we work to lay the foundation for the implementation of C190. In 2020, the CLC launched a new survey with our research partners, this time looking at the full spectrum of harassment and violence that people experience at work. This survey ran for 6 months. It was conducted online in English and French, and it was anonymous and voluntary. All workers in Canada over the age of 18 who had worked in the previous 12 months were eligible to participate. In total, we had 4,878 workers participate, making it the largest survey of its kind in Canada. Researchers also conducted semi-structured interviews with 34 participants. Now, previous research told us that workers do not always label their experiences as harassment and violence. So for this survey, we chose not to provide a single definition of harassment and violence, and instead provided respondents with a list of behaviors or practices and asked them to identify which ones they had experienced at work. The research team later split these abusive powers and practices into 3 separate categories to better understand the specifics of what workers were experiencing. And the 3 categories included, number 1, harassment and violence. So this included behaviors that ranged from verbal intimidation, threats of assault, sabotaged or undermined performance, and physical assault. Second category was sexual harassment and violence, where workers described behaviors ranging from sexual conversations, jokes and teasing of a sexual nature, unwanted looks and gestures, unwanted touching, pressure for sexual favors, comments about gender identity, and so on. And the third category was for online harassment and violence. So where people reported receiving threatening or aggressive emails, texts, social media, or receiving sexual images, messages or videos that they didn't want, or threats or posts of a sexually explicit videos of themselves. Workers from a variety of sectors and backgrounds participated in this survey. And it's important to note that a majority of participants were women, mostly working in women-dominated sectors, and most were permanently employed. And further, because of the CLC's involvement in distributing the survey, a majority of the participants were union members. The fact that so many survey respondents were employed in permanent unionized work confirms that violence and harassment impacts workers in even the most protected jobs. This means that we have to consider how workers who are more precariously employed are even further impacted than what our results may show. So this is what we found. More than 7 in 10 workers, so 71% of survey respondents, reported experiencing at least one form of harassment and violence in the last 2 years. And this tells us that harassment and violence is a norm for workers in Canada and a major problem that we must work together to address. More specifically, using those 3 categories of harassment and violence, we found that in the last 2 years, that 2 of 3, 65% of respondents reported experiencing a form of harassment or violence, including behaviors such as verbal and physical intimidations and assaults, exclusion from work-related events, and name-calling, among others. Just over 2 in 5 of survey respondents reported experiencing at least one form of sexual harassment and violence in the past 2 years while at work, including behaviors such as jokes based on gender or sexual orientation, threats of sexual assault, and actual assault, among others. And just over 1/4 of respondents surveyed reported experiencing at least one form of work-related online harassment in the past 2 years. And this number may actually be higher today because at the time that the survey was live, COVID-19 related work from home restrictions were not fully in place across Canada. So what these numbers tell us is that the prevalence and the rate of harassment and violence is not going down. Instead, workers continue to face harassment and violence at troubling rates in Canada, further underscoring the need for a strong roadmap towards ending violence and harassment. We also found that not all workers are equally affected, and some groups of workers were targeted at a higher rate, either because of their social location, such as their race, gender, sexual orientation, or because of the sector that they worked in. Gender diverse individuals were more likely to experience all forms of harassment and violence, but in particular experienced higher rates of sexual harassment and violence. We found that 73% of gender diverse respondents stated they had experienced sexual harassment and violence in the last 2 years, compared to 46% of women and 38% of men. And then members of the 2S LGBTQI+ community also experienced higher rates of harassment and violence. Once again, this is most pronounced for sexual harassment and violence, where 62% of respondents who identified as part of the LGBTQ2S+ community reported experiencing this harassment and violence. We further found that workers with a disability experienced higher rates. So 76% of workers with a disability experienced harassment and violence, and over half, 55%, of the respondents with a disability reported sexual harassment and violence. Indigenous workers are also significantly more likely to experience all forms of harassment and violence, with 79% experiencing harassment and violence and 54% experiencing sexual harassment and violence. While we did not find significant differences between white workers and racialized workers, this could be the result of two things. So first of all, we had fewer racialized respondents. The numbers did not correspond with the labor force participation of racialized people in Canada. And secondly, the majority of racialized respondents were men. And so the numbers do not reflect the average workforce or the experiences of racialized women who participated. We know from other studies that racialized women experience high rates of harassment and violence, especially gender-based harassment and violence. In the interviews that we conducted, we did get a better sense of the experiences of the racialized workers. For example, a film worker said, quote, "Indigenous people have a very tough time in our industry. They're treated as content creators, but they cannot be fellow employees. It's a very white industry, and that's unfortunate. We had a Black member who was given a crew gift, and instead of having his name on it, it said watermelon," end quote. Now, there were some slight differences between unionized and non-unionized survey respondents. So the non-unionized individuals are more likely to experience sexual and online harassment and violence, but less likely to experience other forms of harassment and violence. So 63% compared to unionized respondents at 65%. Not all industries and jobs are equally affected, and the survey identified 3 main risk factors for harassment and violence. So first of all, we found that workers whose jobs involve the exchange of money are rendered more vulnerable to experiencing harassment and violence. So 73% compared to 65% of respondents overall. They also experience higher rates of sexual harassment and violence, and at 55% compared to 44%, and higher rates of online harassment, 32% compared to 27%. Secondly, if your job involves the serving of alcohol, then that poses a significantly higher risk for experiencing sexual harassment and violence. And the rates are 63% compared to 44% of survey respondents overall. And the third risk factor is interacting with the public, which slightly increases harassment and violence and also increases sexual harassment and violence. The survey provided some insight into what forms of harassment and violence workers are experiencing. All forms of harassment and violence are unacceptable. However, there were also some very disturbing results around severe forms, including the concerning rates of verbal and physical intimidation, physical assault leading to serious injuries, stalking, sexual assault, and sexual touching. And COVID-19 has also impacted how workers experience harassment and violence and the severity of the harassment and violence. For some workers, the move to working from home reduced the contact with their harasser, while for other workers, the increased isolation due to the pandemic exacerbated the severity and impacts of the harassment and violence. In terms of impacts, workers indicated some very significant negative consequences due to all forms of harassment and violence. And this was especially true for those who experienced sexual harassment and violence. On average, almost 1 in 2 survey respondents, so 43.3%, who experienced sexual harassment and violence, and 1 in 3 who experienced harassment and violence that was not sexual in nature, reported consequences to their health and well-being. And these impacts range from loss of sleep to impacts on personal life and relationships outside of work. Losing time through missed days, arriving late, or leaving early was the most frequently reported negative impact on work. Not surprisingly, 55% of the respondents experiencing sexual harassment and violence, and 43% of those experiencing harassment and violence also reported decreased productivity. A loss of trust in the team or unit or department, and a loss of trust in their superiors were the other most common negative impacts on work. So now that we understand the rate of harassment and violence, a bit about who is most impacted and the impacts on workers, we're going to shift gears and look at who is perpetrating this harm. So when we talk about harassment and violence at work, the story often revolves around the image of a bad boss who is perpetrating this harassment and violence. Yet the results of this study indicated something very different. We found that third parties, such as patients, customers, and clients, and coworkers are the top 2 groups of perpetrators. This means that we need to take a very serious look at the tactics that we have historically used to address violence and harassment. We need to throw away the idea that harassment and violence only comes from people who represent the employer, and instead figure out how to approach violence and harassment between members and how to ensure that our members are safe from third parties. We also investigated the gender of perpetrators to try and better understand what prevention tactics we need to take and who to target, and found some significant gender differences in who is perpetrating harm. Men were most likely to be perpetrators of all forms of harassment and violence, but this was especially true of sexual harassment and violence, where 65% of all perpetrators were men. So this underlines a need for a gender-responsive approach to addressing harassment and violence at work. In terms of reporting, there are 2 main points that we want to draw your attention to. So first of all, too many workers are not reporting harassment and violence at work. And second, union members were significantly more likely to file a formal complaint of workplace harassment and violence compared to their non-unionized colleagues. So this is a significant achievement for unions. However, union members were also slightly less likely to report sexual harassment and violence compared to non-unionized workers. Now, this could be attributed to the sample size or could indicate the need for unions to have to take sexual harassment and violence more seriously and educate members on their rights. We also asked survey participants who did report who they reported to and who they reported the experience of harassment and violence to. So for the harassment and violence that was not sexual in nature, we found that 77% of those who reported chose to report to their union, compared to only 56% who reported to their supervisor or manager. And just over half filed a formal grievance or report. Yet for sexual harassment and violence, only 31% of workers reported to their union. Half reported to their supervisor or manager, but only 1 in 4 filed a formal report or grievance. What we need to understand is why so few workers are reporting sexual harassment specifically to their unions, and how we can address the barriers to reporting. We asked workers who did report whether or not reporting made the harassment and violence better, made no difference, or made it worse. And the results of this question are also very troubling. We found that for both workplace harassment and violence and sexual harassment and violence, that less than 1/4 of workers found that reporting made it better. About half found that it made no difference at all, and 1/4 found that it actively made it worse. Workers who reported to their union instead of to the employer had slightly more positive outcomes, yet still only 23% of those who reported to the union said that it made the situation better. The barriers to reporting show the need for more education on what constitutes harassment and violence, and show that workers have lost faith in the reporting process and do not feel safe coming forward. When asked why they chose not to report, 40% of respondents said they believed that the behaviors and practices they were experiencing were not serious enough to warrant a report. So this could point to the need for extensive training in workplaces. The need for further training was confirmed by interview participants who indicated insufficient knowledge. So lack of training, lack of access to information, lack of knowledge of reporting procedures, as well as a main barrier of reporting to their experiences of workplace harassment and violence. Of further significance is the number of survey respondents who believe that reporting their experiences of sexual harassment and violence would not make a difference, or that reporting would result in negative consequences. So after this long description of our survey, you're probably wondering, what does all of this have to do with getting the government to ratify and implement Convention 190? Well, the survey gives a solid evidence base to push for more action. Canada clearly has a problem. Too many workers are experiencing harassment and violence, and either fail to report their experiences or find that reporting either doesn't make a difference or makes the situation worse. There is a disturbingly high rate and prevalence of severe forms of harassment and violence, such as stalking and physical assault, and a significant portion of violence and harassment is being perpetrated by third parties, something that most Canadian legislation and standard workplace policy does not adequately address. We also recognize that the labor movement has work to do to address harassment and violence between members, and we are ready to do that work. And the survey also shows the need for intersectional approaches that recognize that workers who face various forms of discrimination need specific strategies to prevent, respond, and address violence and harassment. As one worker who was interviewed said, quote, "The solutions aren't intersectional. I don't experience anti-Black racism separate from misogyny, separate from homophobia. I experience them all the same, at the same time, because I'm all of those things. And so I think that the institutional responses are not cognizant of that and don't have that response," end quote. So the numbers help show us that the status quo is not good enough. It gives us a great resource that we can use to pressure the government as well as employers and raise public awareness and support for our campaign. We just released the survey results last month, so our next step is to spread the word. We'll be sharing the report with the federal government and with employer groups and talking about how the evidence can be used to help implement C190. We'll also be promoting the report to union leaders and members and inviting conversations on how we can learn from the numbers. We will be working with our affiliated unions on a new strategy to improve legislation and workplace policy, likely with an emphasis on reporting and investigation processes, as well as addressing the serious problem of third-party violence. We will be developing a new training program for union representatives to build awareness about harassment and violence and skills in responding to situations appropriately. So what can others learn from the Canadian experience of campaigning for C190? Well, first of all, even supportive governments need pressure to follow through on their promises to ratify. We're going to keep that up until Canada gets it done. Secondly, a strong evidence base can yield tangible results. Not only does it help your own members better understand an issue, it can galvanize them to action and win public, employer, and political support. Good evidence can help you plan exactly how you want to implement the convention once it is ratified. Thirdly, be prepared to bring resources to the table. We've had a lot of success with our initiative on domestic violence, but it took a lot of work and a few years. Investing in the capacity to support the work is fundamental. Fourth, and finally, be ready for the long haul. Since once your government ratifies a convention, the real work begins. If we're really going to eliminate violence and harassment, we need to shift everyone's attitudes and be prepared to work differently. This will not be easy, but isn't a safe workplace free from violence and harassment worth it? Thank you very much. So I can be prepared to answer some questions. I will call upon Vicky Smallman, who is our National Director of Human Rights Department at the Canadian Labour Congress, to help me out with any questions that are technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lily, for your very insightful remarks and sharing. From your talk, we heard that Canada, especially the government, has not ratified the C190, and Canada is the federal the country, and of course it is more complicated because so many provinces need to be involved. So Quebec, the province, also needs to put in more effort on this front. Thank you very much. We also learned a lot about the survey and the research that you share with us. So any question from the participants online and outside for Lily? Can I ask the first question? My understanding is that I think Canada is similar to Taiwan. We have laws and regulations on prevention of violence and harassment at work. You have Canada Labor Court Part 2. For example, in British Columbia, it is included in the Occupational Safety and Health Act. I'm curious, since at the federal level and also in different provinces, you may have existing laws and regulations on occupational safety and health at workplace. I would like to know whether these laws and regulations have been implemented well in the real world. You have those laws and regulations on paper. How about the actual implementation? Thank you.
So I can start, and I don't know, Vicky may want to join in and also provide some comments. So I'm from the province of Ontario, and I can tell you that in Ontario, the violence and harassment, including sexual harassment, has been embedded in the Occupational Health and Safety Act for almost a decade before the Canada Labour Code. And this was a result of a couple of tragic occurrences where 2 women did lose their lives because of violence in the workplace. And so even though we've had this in our health and safety, in our legislation, in our workplaces, I can tell you that as a union rep, it is still a very difficult issue to deal with. Until I would say up until probably the Me Too movement, that it was very much an uphill battle dealing with particularly sexual harassment, where it was often downplayed by employer and, minimized, and, it was all in your head, and asking the victim to be the one to be the bigger person and to, show some understanding. I would say that probably after Me Too, there has been more of a shift with the employer, and I work for the City of Toronto, for that employer to take more seriously complaints of sexual harassment. But it is still not very easy. The members that I have helped over the years, when they come forward with a complaint, come to me when they're very, very devastated. I mean, they have tried everything that they can to deal with the issue on their own. And so when they come to me, they're very broken. And unfortunately, even though we have processes and we have policies and we have, procedures and guidelines, the fact is that investigating the matter takes a very long time. It's not a quick resolution. And these members often have to tell their story several times at every single level, and re-traumatize every single time that they tell their story. So it is a very difficult situation, even though we have these laws in place. I think what we really need to do is to find a better way to support these members through their reporting and through the steps in trying to seek some resolution in their particular complaints. Vicky, did you have something to add to that?
Sure, I can, hopefully people can hear me. I can add a couple of things. One is that, the legislation and regulation is different depending on which province you're in. So some provinces have better legislation and regulation than others. But what we can see across the board from our survey results is that obviously having legislation in place does not effectively address the problem. It doesn't prevent violence. And, as Lily pointed out in her speech, there's areas that the legislation and regulation doesn't really address adequately. For example, what happens if the person who has attacked you is a customer or a client or a patient? We don't have very good legislation and regulation on those areas. And so this is why our survey is so important, because it's going to give us that sort of all of that ammunition to bring to the table with governments and employers to say what we're doing is not working. So it's time to take a fresh look given these numbers, and let's work together to find better strategies and better approaches.
Our participants here and online, do you have any questions toward Ms. Chang and Ms. Smallman? Yes, here we have a question from the participant here. Please identify yourself first. Good morning. I'm from Ministry of Labor. My name is Zheng Yujun. Ms. Chang mentioned the one situation that in your reporting period of time, and for the workers, they don't feel safe during the period of suffering from violence and harassment. And some of the workers, they might feel that, if they report the situation, might get the situation worse and might not be effective. They have the concerns like that. So I would like to ask Ms. Chang, Lily, do you have any incentives in Canada or something you can do to encourage workers to report their cases when they are suffering from violence and harassment? Any encouragement or incentives to encourage workers to report their situation? This is the question.
Yes, so I think first of all, as I mentioned, there needs to be a lot more training and awareness so that people know and understand that any form of violence or harassment in the workplace is not acceptable, whether that is from your superior, like the employer, or your coworker, or your customers or patients, and that one of the things that can be done is to remove either the perpetrator or remove or put the victim in a different work location to separate them so that they that they have some relief that way, and not to wait until the results of the investigation. Because I think often employers wait until the conclusion of the investigation because they don't want to assume, the results or the findings before the investigation is complete. But it would be safer for the victim and the perpetrator to be separated. For sure, so that the victim who's reporting does feel safe. So that's one of the ways I think that would be useful, but definitely education and supports, like training for the people who are the employer, but also for union representatives as well, to be able to assist and recognize and support through the process.
If I could just add to that, one of the things we need to do is obviously we now, after we've heard these numbers, we have to try and identify what the best practices are, right? And maybe more clearly dig deep into why people aren't reporting, what are the perceived barriers. One of them obviously is that for many, reporting doesn't help, makes the situation worse. And and one approach is definitely to separate. I would say that you want to make sure the perpetrator is moved and not the person who is being harassed, because that is often perceived as a punishment, right? For reporting. So you don't want to, you want to always have the person who is being targeted as your priority, their safety and their security, but also ensure that due process is there for the harasser as well. But that's saying there's no simple answer, because there's so many different dynamics in play and different types of violence and harassment. So what we really need to do is better understand what the barriers are, and then we can work on solutions and identify some promising practices, but we don't have the answers yet. I think we're really just at the beginning stages of our process.
好，谢谢Ms. Chang.
Thank you very much for your answers from Ms. Chang and Mrs. Smallman. And here we have another question. Thank you very much, Lily and Mrs. Smallman. I'm from Ministry of Labor, Section Chief Huang. We talked about the victim, they have barriers to report. We would like to encourage them to speak out. Of course, we have some difficulties, we know, but I would like to ask, in Canadian experiences, we talked about that the perpetrators might not limited to your superior, your colleagues, your boss, your employers. We also see some violence and harassment coming from patients or customers. So we would like to ask the types of violence and harassment. So what are the differences between these two types? The one that we talked about from your employers, your colleagues, your superiors, versus the violence and harassment from customers, the third parties. So we heard that we are at the beginning stage, but in terms of collecting the data in your survey, are they very different? Or currently trade unions or government, are they coming up or in the process of coming up with solutions? Maybe they require different solutions. For the type 1, it might be like your superior and have different status. And for the second type, it's from your customers or patients. And for the reporters to be brave enough to speak out, and also in the process of dealing with the situation, I wonder either one of you can share with us, are there any differences between these two types of violence and harassment?
So I will start, and Vicky, I'm sure will have some other things to say as well. You know, before coming to the Canadian Labour Congress, I worked as a social service caseworker for the City of Toronto. And my job as a frontline caseworker was to deal with people who needed assistance. And these were people who, you know, they often didn't have a shelter, they didn't have a job, they needed financial support. And I know that when I first started working there, we were told that, you know, the client is always right. Just like you often hear, the customer is always right. And certainly if you work in long-term care, well, these are residents of a home. This is where they live. And so they have all these rights. If you work in childcare, well, these are children and they're under your care. And so they have all these rights. So all of these third party, the patients, the customers, you know, they have a lot of rights. And for a very long time, for the employer to understand that just because we are in a service industry and we are providing customer service to these people does not mean that we can be treated a particular way. And as an employer, they have an obligation to ensure that when we go to work, that we are safe. So I would say definitely that the experiences are different, because for many employers, they think that you know, whatever it is that the workers are there to serve the customers and the patients, but also I think in terms of what the employer can do. So the employer can take particular actions against their employees. So if it's a coworker or it's a boss, because they are the employer, they can, you know, discipline, they can terminate, they can, you know, ask them to go for training, etc. But if it's a member of the public, if it's someone that you are providing service to, then, you know, you can, I suppose you could ban the customer. You could, you know, say we're no longer providing service to you because of this. But certainly in the public service sector, there are very few people that we can actually ban from service, right? People come to us when they have no other place to go. So it does make things very difficult. Vicky?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I think when we look at, so for one thing, the types of harassment and violence that people are experiencing from the different types of perpetrators can range. Just, you know, it can run the gamut. Maybe it's comments and jokes and teasing, sexual harassment. Maybe it's physical harassment. You know, so it's all different types. And when we asked people, we started with asking them what they experienced, right? And then we asked them about who the perpetrator was. So I'm not sure we have the results that compares whether people who experienced had perpetrators who were third parties experienced more of one form of violence and harassment or another. But that's just one point. thing I want to focus on actually is often when we are talking about ending harassment and violence, we focus a lot about responding to incidences after they occur. And how are we going to investigate, and what's the, the process of dealing with the victim and the perpetrator. But actually, one of the things about C190 that we really gives us a lot of opportunity for work is on prevention, and it's about risk assessments, right? And so, one of the provisions and it's detailed a little bit more in recommendation 206, that you need to identify the sectors and the conditions of work and the jobs where the potential for an increased risk for violence and harassment is higher, and then develop strategies to address and mitigate that risk. Just like you would for any kind of health and safety hazard, you've got to identify and assess your risk, and then you've got to mitigate your risk to keep people safe. And there's all kinds of strategies that you can do even before people may or may not experience harassment and violence on the job. For example, if you're working with the public and you're at a, customer service desk, you might have access to a panic button. If you are working in isolation, maybe there's safety measures that can mitigate your risk or give you somewhere to call. There's, you can have safe access to washrooms and sanitary facilities for women who work in male-dominated job sites, for example. Lots of different strategies like that can help to prevent and address different types of forms of violence. And if you're working with the public, I think that one of the things that I would like to see us do in Canada is bring employers and workers and governments together to have a really in-depth conversation about third-party violence. Clearly, we have a crisis. It's getting worse, and we've seen this with the pandemic, especially in sectors like healthcare or retail, where people are upset about public health measures and they're taking it out on the staff. So let's get everyone together and talk about what it is we can do. What are some promising practices? How can we focus on prevention and mitigation of risk? And how do we come up with better strategies so that there are consequences for behavior when it does happen in a way that doesn't necessarily violate the rights of, a student trying to get an education or somebody trying to access healthcare.
Thank you, Ms. Chang and Ms. Smallman.
Thank you very much, Lily and Vicky, for your response. Hi, Lily and Vicky. My name is Xie of the CFL. I heard from the Vicky that in C190, prevention is very important. That means that there's something we can do that before these cases happen. My understanding is that the awareness of the workers on this issue is quite low, not sufficient. And then from our education, from elementary school, high school, and then to university, the trade union the concept is really touched upon in our courses. I think in Canada, this is a very important issue. Could you share with us in terms of the education before we become employees? When we are still students, if there are any courses on this topic, the violence and harassment at the workplace? So this is the first question. The second question is that this is a multifaceted issue. It might also involve the labor issue and also the medical care. So it takes interagency collaboration at the government level, it also takes a dialogue between the government and the trade unions. So it is very important for us to work at the education level, as well as the integration of the interagency collaboration. Could you share with us in Canada if there are any interagency collaboration at the government level to address this issue? Thank you.
I'm just going to say that in terms of education, I think in the schools, like high schools, or I'm aware that they do training on no means no, like more, sexual assault, and but I don't believe they do anything about, violence in the workplace type of training. They in fact, we wish they would, but they really don't teach a lot about workplaces, I don't think, about unions, about how to help yourself if you need some help. They don't think they teach enough about health and safety legislation, for example, as well. But I'm going to turn it to Vicky for the other points.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Lily. It's actually a long-standing complaint of the labor movement that young people need to be taught in the school curriculum about their rights and about health and safety in the workplace, of which violence and harassment, it should be a component. And the reason that it has been such a priority is because there's such a high proportion of workplace accidents and injuries that occur with young people, including cases of young people getting killed on the job. And I think that adding, if we were to ever have a success in getting this training embedded in the curriculum, it would definitely need to include violence and harassment as well. I think we've done a pretty good job in raising awareness in some respects, but that is definitely going to be a focus for us on, over the next year or so, in really helping our members understand what violence and harassment looks like at work, what you should do about it, what is the role that the employer has in maintaining a violence-free workplace, and so on. So I think that's true. And in terms of the interagency collaboration, that's a very good point. There are some examples, and I think it would be, if we were to ever have a dialogue on third-party violence, we would definitely want other ministries there, healthcare, education, community and social services at the table. There is one example of some intergovernmental and interagency collaboration that's going on right now, which is the process to develop a national action plan on gender-based violence, of which there needs to be a workplace component, but that process is very much at the early stages. But the vision is to ensure that there are different agencies as part of the conversation for that. So that might be one potential way of looking at how to collaborate.
Ms. Chang and Ms.
Thank you very much, Lily and Vicky, for your response. Any other questions or comments? In the chat, one participant asked a question. This is in Chinese. In Taiwan, we have many SMEs, very small companies. The employer is also a worker. They do not have that much power. What they worry is that their workers were unified to fight employer. How about in Canada? Have you seen some cases where employers need to be protected? Or if this is the employer's complaint, if there are any reporting mechanism? Did you get the question, Lily or Vicky? When the employer is also a worker in a very small company, if there are any reporting mechanism for employer, if the violence and harassment is against him or her?
I'm not aware of that. I mean, so you're saying that the employer is being harassed or there's violence perpetrated by a coworker who is their employee, but they are the employer? I haven't heard of that. I mean, I think the employer could probably fire the employee if they're the employer. I think as well, the other mechanisms that they could use is probably report it to the, I guess, human rights tribunal in the government. But I'm not aware of any other types of processes that they're available. I don't know, Vicky, have you heard of this?
I mean, you know, it's funny. It did come up from some employers at the in the C190 negotiations. This, you know, this scenario where an employer could be the one who is being harassed. But of course, as Lily points out, employers have mechanisms to address behavior of their employees. There's discipline mechanisms, even in a small and medium-sized enterprise, right? But I mean, it speaks to the need for all workplaces to have processes and procedures, right? And you know, if it just depends on the nature of the harassment and violence, right? Is there a place to report it? I don't know whether that is the case. If it's a violation of the human rights, maybe they're being subjected to racist attacks, then yeah, they could go to the human rights tribunal. If it's a criminal act, physical violence, then there's processes that exist. They could report it to the police, right? Just like anybody who experiences, you know, violence, physical violence or assault. So I think, yeah, I just don't think it's something that, because even if you are a worker and, you know, a self-employed worker who hires other people, you're still got the power there as the employer, right? There's a lot that you have at your disposal in order to do it. But maybe there are, you know, could be better supports out there for people who are experiencing these things to help coach them through these situations.
Thank you very much for your response. I have another question regarding C190. Domestic violence is a very important part of it. Based on your understanding and also based on your experiences, could you share with us the domestic violence issue for members to report domestic violence cases in Canada? Could you share with us on this, since domestic violence is a very important part of C190?
So I can tell you about what I've experienced in the workplace. So as I mentioned, I worked at the City of Toronto, and you know, we fall under the Ontario health and safety legislation, which does include domestic violence. What I can tell you is that some cases like where we have domestic violence that affect the workplace, where you know, the partner or the perpetrator of our member, for example, follow them to the workplace, would try to access the workplace, would try to assert themselves in the workplace, you know, in front of coworkers, or you know, maybe they've been separated, but then they track them down and try to you know, gain control over them in the parking lot, you know, in the elevators, that kind of thing. So that type of stuff does happen. And I can tell you that during COVID, you know, there were all kinds of, a lot of our members who were experiencing domestic violence who had not reported. The employer never knew about it until the pandemic. And two examples I can share with you. So one, was a woman who was over 70 years of age. And we don't have a mandatory retirement age, so you can continue to work. But the employer was not asking anybody over 70 to come to work. They would pay you to stay home because they did not, in the early stages of the pandemic, they knew that you were probably more susceptible to becoming very ill. And so they said to this, she was a caseworker herself, helping people who needed assistance, and told her, you don't need to come to work, we will pay you anyways. And she had to finally explain to them why she needed to come to work, because being at home was actually more dangerous for her. So she said that if she came to work, like even before she said, if you don't let me come to work, I'm going to leave every day. I'm going to ride the subway, the bus, back and forth until the end of the day. And that is actually more risky, to be in a public transit and wander the streets, because being at home was actually less safe for her. So a special accommodation did have to be made for her. Even though public health said it was dangerous for her to be coming into work under those circumstances. Another example was someone who was redeployed from her regular workplace to work in a women's shelter. And because a lot of temporary shelters were set up, and she was asked to work there. And because her husband had overheard a phone call conversation where they're asking her to report to this work location, she became very scared. Because interestingly enough, despite the fact that she was married, her husband never knew her place of work, because she did not ever want him to come to her workplace and embarrass her or, do anything to jeopardize her employment. And because this happened, this actually prompted her to not only herself stay over in the women's shelter, herself, because she's afraid to go home, but also prompted her to take steps to separate herself from her abusive partner. And in her conversation with me, when she's asking me to help her to get her back to her regular workplace, because in terms of her seniority, she should have been redeployed. But because of her particular situation, we sought accommodation from the employer to help her return to her regular workplace where her husband didn't know where to find her. And this actually gave her the courage to take the steps to leave her abusive partner. So I do think it's really important that domestic violence is included in the whole, consideration of violence and harassment at work. It isn't just restricted to your home. It does have impact in your workplace, on your coworkers, and the business. So it's very important that it is included. Vicky?
Yeah, we had a whole survey where we really found out that domestic violence affected a significant proportion of workers and had significant impacts on both the performance at their jobs, but also their safety at work and the safety of their coworkers as well. And so, and in Canada, in most jurisdictions now, employers are actually obligated, when they are aware of that domestic violence might impact health and safety, that they have to do something about it. But that something is not necessarily, it needs to be driven by the worker herself, right? Or in some cases himself. Not everybody experiences domestic violence in the same way. So, what we are trying to do is cultivate a sort of an environment at the workplace where people feel safe to disclose to either their union or their employer, and they can work together on a strategy to try to figure out how risky is this situation. Is this person actually in physical danger, or could something happen at the workplace that would put others in danger? Because we have had very prominent cases of murders at work, unfortunately. And work on a safety plan once that risk assessment is conducted, to work on a safety plan to keep that worker safe at work. And it should never be conditional on leaving the abusive situation. That decision is always and has to be in the hands of the person who is experiencing domestic violence. But what a workplace can do is help them keep their job so that they have those choices. You know, they should never have to choose between abuse and a paycheck. And that's really was a slogan that we had. You know, they should have access to paid domestic violence leave so that they can go and do the things they need to do to keep themselves and their kids safe. And that they often don't need very much leave. It's like, you know, a couple of hours to go and meet a lawyer or to open a bank account, find a new place to live. But it's not the kind of thing that fits into other types of leave criteria, right? So paid domestic violence leave, hugely important, but mostly it's about those simple kinds of accommodations to your job. You know, maybe you need an escort to the parking lot. Maybe you need a different work location. Maybe you need a new phone extension, something like that. But all of it is really about opening up that dialogue between the worker and their employer, and hopefully having the union involved to help them navigate through this. So we've put a lot of emphasis on training our shop stewards, our union leaders, to help to recognize, to really see their role, you know, as being with the person to help them navigate this process. And that training program, I'm very proud of. I think it's groundbreaking and will really help to save lives.
谢谢 Ms. Zhang and Ms. Smallman.
Thank you very much for your response. And President Wen has a question. Thank you. General Secretary also talked about the race issue and domestic violence. So I have a question about the racial discrimination. If there any specific reporting mechanism, C190 concerns domestic violence and also violence and harassment at work. I wonder whether it is proper to add some protective mechanism based on the race. So that's a question on the racial discrimination. Is it possible to add protection, race-based protection in C190? Thank you.
I'm going to turn it to you, Vicky. Go ahead.
Yeah, C190 does have language on vulnerable groups or people in situations of vulnerability. And that really allows for the countries to sort of, you know, through social dialogue, identify the groups that need extra, you know, need specific strategies. And, you know, in Canada, you know, Indigenous people experience a lot of violence and harassment. We do have human rights legislation that identifies what some of those groups are, but we're actually in the, you know, sometimes there's grounds of discrimination that aren't covered, but might play out at work, right? Sometimes, you know, racial discrimination, definitely discrimination based on, or harassment and violence, people experience harassment and violence based on their sexual orientation or their gender identity or their disability or their age, you know, there's, or, you know, there's all a variety of different grounds. And it is really important, I think, when you're looking at how you're going to implement C190 to identify the need for specific strategies to address those dynamics. You know, Islamophobia, for example, is a form of violence and harassment that is on the rise in Canada. And we need to make sure that that's recognized and that there's the ability to both prevent it and deal with it when it occurs.
Because of the time limit, now I would like to conclude this session. We would like to thank Ms. Chang and Ms.Lily for your excellent opinions and then speech, and thank you for your support for CFL. We would like to invite you to come to Taiwan for exchanges and sharing of your experiences in the future when the situation allows. Once again, thank you very much for both of you.
Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the webinar. Bye-bye.
好，我们就
Now we will have a break till 10 o'clock. Please come back before 10 o'clock to have the next session on an agenda. Thank you very much. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
在场的来宾。
Welcome back. We are proceeding to the section 2. In this session, we will have Director of the Gender Equality Activity of ITUC AP, Anna, to give a talk on the campaign on the ratification of the ILO Convention 190, the ITUC AP experience. So there's hand over to Anna. Anna?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I think the first session was really great. It was a very good conversation to set the tone of the next discussion, which is the ratification of C190. In fact, I already have some questions. By the way, Vicky and I were in Geneva during the 2-year standard setting process. So we were there throughout. It's one of the most wonderful experiences ever. It's a challenge when you are negotiating with employers and government, but it's a really great experience to be fighting for and pushing for provisions, those provisions that are really for women and for trade unions. I have some really good questions. Listening to Vicky and Lily, I was reminded of these questions. What has ratification got to do with any of those things that Lily and Vicky has shared with you? Why is ratification important? What's in it for union? Well, the good news is I will not be giving you the answers to those questions because Mary Rai, who will be with you for the next session, will be able to provide you with more answers to that one. Because as you know, Fiji is the only country in the Asia Pacific region who has ratified C190. So they have more experience about what it means for governments, employers, and unions to come together and ratify an instrument. What happens when countries ratify it? What are the changes that are happening as a result of ratification? So you have some really good conversations and discussions with Mary Rai later on that. But in my presentation, and by the way, I'm really happy that you have given me 1 hour. I think I'm not used to getting so much time because whenever I'm invited to speak on C190, the maximum time that I can get would be 3 minutes. So imagine 3 minutes, difference of 3 minutes to 1 hour. That's a lot. So, but that's good because you have more time to ask questions. We have more time to interact. I will not be making a very long presentations because what is important for us is that we learn from each other's experiences. But before I proceed, I just also want to say that CFL has a really special place in my heart, in my memory, because of the cooperation that we did way back in 2017 when ITUC AP and CFL has carried out a joint initiative on a survey, a workplace survey, looking at the impact of domestic violence on workplace, and workplaces. At that time, there are only very few unions or countries who had those kinds of surveys or research, and CFL had one of those amazing surveys. It was very helpful because we used the findings of the survey to push for C190 to happen in Geneva. I remember Vicky and Lily perhaps mentioning that it was a struggle for unions. It has been a struggle for unions to include domestic violence into C190. But because we had quite a number of surveys, evidence, and this is what Vicky and Lily kept mentioning, evidence, they're so important because oftentimes governments, employers would not believe anything unless they say, show us the proof. So we did show them the proof. And the surveys that we did with CFL before was one of the evidence that we have shown to the employer. So you have to congratulate yourself because even though you cannot ratify it, but you have made a really good contribution into making sure that C190 happens in this lifetime. So allow me to share my presentation. I prepared some slides. These are not a lot, just to give you a bit of context about where we are in the ratification of this instrument. Do you see my screen? Just let me know if you didn't see it, okay?
Yes,
so,
we can see the screen. Thank you.
Perfect, perfect. So what I'll be doing in the next maybe 10 to 15 minutes or even less is that I'll be walking you through 3 things in this presentation. I will start with a vision, because you know everything we do always starts with a vision. What do you want to see happen? Not tomorrow, but today. What do you want to see that people should be doing in order that this reality that we want to see happens right away, not tomorrow. And then we're going to be looking at some of the ratification trends and innovations that are happening in some of the countries. There are many developments happening in countries in Asia Pacific region, but I would focus on a few countries where ITUC AP has extended specific support. And then I will end this short presentation with looking forward. How do we make sure that our vision of a gender equal future for all happens, or a world of work free from gender-based violence in all its forms is realized? So I'll start with, as I said earlier, anything starts with a vision. When we ask the women and young people of Asia Pacific about their vision for a future, this is what they had to say. And you're going to listen to the song. So this song and music video was developed as a result of the conversations that we had with the women and young people of Asia Pacific. But before that, I need to make sure that I shared my sound. So hold on, I will.
Day by day, women are silenced, facing fear, intimidation, and violence, robbing us of freedom and security, rooted in centuries of patriarchy. We want a life with dignity, a world that upholds rights and equality. Hatred and violence have no place, regardless of gender, class, or race. Equality for you and me, this is our aspiration. An equal future for women, girls, all people of every nation. An equal future with decent work and employment. A world of work free from violence and harassment. Let's make this vision a reality. Equality for you and me. This is a world we can fight for, a world worth struggling together for. Let's rise together in solidarity shared prosperity. It'll save millions of lives and power others to thrive. Fight for a world where all are free, where there's no sexism and misogyny. Equality for you and me, this is our aspiration. An equal future for women, girls, all people of every nation. An equal future with decent work and employment. A world of work free from violence and harassment. Let's make this vision a reality. Equality for you and me. Give us a seat at the table, give voices to workers, women, and young people. We must have a say in policies affecting our lives. Their design, their enforcement must leave no one behind. End gender-based violence and discrimination, ensure social protection, decent job creation, social dialogue, and engagement with unions. Build a nation grounded on inclusion and people's genuine participation. Ratify C190, this is our demand. Governments, employers, and unions, now is the time to band. To protect us, shield us, and make us safe from violence and harassment that we, the workers, face. We are workers, not slaves. Make the world of work safe.
Okay, so this was a music and this was a song, a music video that we developed specifically for, initially for Ratify C190. But then when we were preparing the lyrics of the song, we realized that building a world of work without gender-based violence is just really one of the many other things that we can do. And we thought that the vision is that we have equality for all, equality for you and me, regardless of your status, your gender, your age, whether you're people with disabilities, whether you are from racialized communities, it doesn't matter because those are just labels. All of us, human beings, have equal rights. And so women and young people developed this song and thought that, yes, the vision that we wanted to see happen in the world is that everyone enjoys the same rights. And this is precisely the inspiration behind the campaigns that unions are doing around ratification of C190. So in terms of ratification, we are seeing three, we would call it trends or innovation. One is there are some countries who are going through the process of self-analysis. So they're still asking themselves, are we ready to ratify? What does it mean to ratify? Why is it important for countries to ratify? So they're still having this intimate self-analysis within the respective agencies in the government, and seeing whether they're ready to ratify. And one of the things that they are doing is to do the law in practice, which I will tell you more a bit in the next slide. But there are also countries who are already approaching the ratification process. There are already tripartite discussions happening. For example, yesterday we had a meeting of the ITUC AP Women's Committee, and a member from Samoa in South Pacific said that she's confident that her government will ratify C190 this year. So that's gonna be a great news because we only have Fiji. So if Samoa would ratify C190, then we will have another ratifier in the region. So that's definitely good news. And a bright spot to that is that the Prime Minister is a woman. It's the first woman Prime Minister ever in the history of Samoa. So they are very confident that the government, with the support of the Prime Minister, would be able to ratify C190 this year. But there are also governments who are embracing, they are not ratifying at the moment, they are not ratifying Convention 190, but they are embracing the principles of C190. And how do they do that? They integrate the provisions, some provisions of C190 into national laws and regulations. And I will give you some examples of that in the next slides. So we'll start with the first one. So I mentioned earlier, there are governments who are in the process of self-analysis. They are still thinking, they're still assessing whether the governments are ready to ratify, whether existing laws and regulations are in line with C190, and whether there's a need to ratify if those laws are in line. But in any case, the unions are pushing for all countries to ratify whether the national laws and regulations are in line with the provisions of C190. For example, and Mary, I will tell you that Fiji has undergone a process of a national law in practice, including Indonesia, the Philippines, Samoa, Thailand, Timor-Leste, and Vanuatu. The purpose of the national law in practice is for governments, and of course with the participation of employers and unions, to assess whether existing laws, whether the gaps in existing laws, or whether the laws already reflect some of the provisions of C190. Usually the national law in practice, it's a process, so it takes some time. It also depends on the country. For example, in the Philippines, a particular department within the Ministry of Labor would conduct the study, and then they would call for a broader tripartite plus dialogue to discuss, review, and get the comments, observations of employers, other government, relevant government agencies and unions, and what they think about the results of the law in practice. And probably later, Mary, I would tell you how they did it in Fiji. Now, so that's a government-led national law and practice reports. And sometimes the ILO participates in that process. They provide support or technical assistance in carrying out this law and practice reports. In particular for Samoa, Thailand, Timor-Leste, and Vanuatu, the ILO provided support to this. But there are also cases where unions themselves carry out their own internal law and practice reports, like in Pakistan, the one of the countries where ITUC AP extended support, they carried out, they engaged an expert to look at the existing laws in their country and see whether there's a need to ratify and when. The importance of unions doing this reviews is because it takes some time for government to do it. And as we unions, we're very impatient. We don't want, and Vicky said this earlier, and even Lily said this earlier, we will not wait for these things to happen. So what unions did in Indonesia and Pakistan, they already initiated their own reviews and used the results of the reviews to develop a position paper and send this position paper to the government. Again, it's very crucial to have evidence-based campaigning. And as you heard from Vicky and Lily earlier, CLC has done a lot of work around getting evidence to support their campaign. So in Australia and Mongolia, they have done it as well. Unions carry out surveys and research to look at the extent of violence and harassment happening in the workplaces. Australia in particular is also very passionate about domestic violence. And in fact, Australia is one of the first countries in the world who have carried out workplace surveys looking at the impact of domestic violence on workers and workplaces. Mongolia, in addition to Timor-Leste, was also one of the countries where we provided support to carry out another survey on domestic violence. Now, so I'm now moving to examples of countries who have been particularly carrying out different, I would say, ratification trends. In Nepal, what's happening in Nepal is that the ILO initiated the creation of, they call it C190 Action Group. It's a tripartite. It's a tripartite grouping that was set up in February last year. And the purpose of this one is, one, to build and improve the awareness of governments, employers, and unions around C190, why it's important that the governments ratify C190 and what's in it for the country. But at the same time, this group was meant to provide them the capacity and the skill so that while ratification is not yet happening, these institutions are able to do other activities like prevention to address violence and harassment in the world of work, because we all understand that ratification is a long process. It takes a long time. Perhaps in countries like Fiji, it was quite fast compared with other countries. But in countries like Indonesia, for example, the unions have been fighting for not just for C190, but other regulations related to gender equality. And it takes a long time. So while waiting for the ratification to happen, what these action groups are doing with the help of the governments, employers, and workers is to identify areas where they can work together. And in one of the meetings I attended, so it invited me to one of their periodic meetings. And one of the things that they planned to do was to do a joint awareness programs so that more workers would understand what C190 is all about, but also have a good understanding of what gender-based violence or violence and harassment in the world of work is all about. Because and I think one or two participants earlier mentioned the crucial role that awareness plays in all of this. Because if people don't understand what this instrument is, what will this instrument contribute into building a gender-based violence-free workplace, you will not be able to get support from people to push the government to ratify C190. So it's very crucial that people understand these things. Now, so what has the union did? So last year, ITCAP extended support to affiliates in Nepal. And the first things that they did is they asked policymakers to support the ratification, to support the call for the government to ratify C190. About 7,000 policymakers signed on to their petition. In addition, also one affiliate, they launched a radio program. And again, this is very important to raise the awareness of people. So they launched a radio program dedicated to the discussion of the world of work, including calls to ratify C190. So this is a good opportunity for them to break down the instruments. But another important point is that collective bargaining agreements. If anything fails, we should never forget that we have this very powerful tool called collective bargaining agreement to improve working conditions, including making sure that women, young people, and everybody in the workplace do not experience violence, harassment in any forms. And this is what unions in Nepal are starting to do now. They are already talking to the employers to explore the possibility of integrating C190 or anti-gender-based violence provisions and collective bargaining agreements in workplace policies. Now, the second one, the other trend, remember the first trend is that countries are going through a self-analysis. The other trend is that countries are approaching the ratification process. And this is what is happening in Pakistan. In Pakistan, again, ITUC-AP supported the affiliates in there so that they can carry out a targeted campaign. And as a result of the campaign, the employers and the unions agreed to send a joint letter to the Prime Minister. This is very rare. You don't see this all the time, that unions and employers are on the same page. In Geneva, employers have been on the same page. Most of all the employers have been on the same page that they will not support the adoption of C190. But then in Pakistan, the employers and the unions are on the same page calling for the ratification C190. So this is a really good accomplishment by unions in Pakistan. As a result of the letter that the employers and the unions sent to the Prime Minister, the government invited the unions to be part of what they call Interministerial and Interprovincial Steering Committee. This committee is the one that develops the countries, they call it National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. And they were able, for the first time, of course, for the first time ever, there is a labor representation. But another accomplishment is that the unions were able to integrate the ratification of C190 into the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights for 2022. We don't know whether it's going to happen in 2022, but it doesn't matter it doesn't matter, because it's what's important that's already in the plan, and the unions will make sure that they will get it. That's the one. We are not giving up. We are not waiting, and unions will make sure that it's not just in the plan. They'll make sure that it happens. But another accomplishment that happens in Pakistan is that there is a new law approved by the government. They call it Protection Against Harassment of Women at the Workplace. The unions were able to provide inputs into this law. This is again the third trend that I mentioned earlier, that some countries, although they are not ratifying C190, they're already embracing the principles of the convention. And this is what's happening in Pakistan as well. They had this new law. There was a law about protection against women at the workplace, but there was an amendment, and they're trying to integrate some of the principles of C190 in there. So how did this happen? And what were the actions taken by unions? So in Pakistan, while waiting again for the ratification to happen, they're also negotiating with employers. They started with companies, with unions affiliated with the PWF, which is the affiliate of ITUC-AP in Pakistan. So they managed to have at least 3 export-oriented companies with about 3,000 to 5,000 workers to pilot the redressal mechanism against violence and harassment. A redressal mechanism is a mechanism for people to report, complain, and address the violations of violence and harassment. So PWF, the unions developed a framework for the redressal mechanism, and then have these 3 export-oriented companies to adopt it. Now, the plan this year, because it's very new, they did it last year. So the plan this year is to make sure that the framework is implemented correctly, because as you know, it's the first time that people know about C190 and gender-based violence. So it's very important that they understand how the mechanism works. So there's gonna be a lot of training, a lot of dialogues in order to make sure that the mechanism is implemented correctly. And for the first time ever again in Pakistan, because of the campaign, the union reactivated a women's chapter. There has never been a women's network, women's committee, or women's structure within the trade union movement for so long. But because of the campaign, it has inspired unions to set up a specific committee for women, but also to deal with the ratification campaign. And this is what they did. And lastly, regarding countries that are embracing the principles of C190 is the case of the Philippines. So the Philippines have already completed the gap analysis, the national law and practice analysis on C190. They have completed the tripartite discussions on it. Now they are at the stage of at the tripartite National Council, which includes unions, of course, endorsing to have ratification as a priority agenda by the government. They are already at that stage. But because there is an election going on, it may not be possible to have this happen this year. We'll never know. It really depends on who will win this election. But the good thing is that the unions have included C190 as an agenda in their discussions with the politicians during this election. But also what the government did in the Philippines is that they have passed other laws like the Safe Spaces Act, which already recognizes that sexual harassment no longer just happens between peers, that it can be committed by subordinates to superiors and take place in streets, public and online spaces. So the Safe Spaces Act already included one provision in the C190, which has something to do with ICT, information communication technology enabled communication. So they have already at least reflected one principles of C190. But the other good news in the Philippines is the unions, employers also started to work together on ratification. In fact, they created what they call a leaders forum composed of employers, groups, and trade unions jointly pushing for the ratification of C190. And then another good things that are happening in the Philippines is the unions, once again, are pushing for collective bargaining agreements with enterprise-based mechanisms. So last year, at least 6 collective bargaining agreements have been successfully negotiated with the inclusion of specific C190 provisions, anti-GVV and domestic violence provisions in the collective bargaining agreement. And they did not stop there. They also developed a mechanism called enterprise-based mechanisms against violence and harassment, including domestic violence. And this is one of the answers to the question earlier about how do you encourage people to report? I remember someone asked a question earlier. People are scared to report their experiences of violence and harassment. So how do you encourage them? How do you protect them? And this is one of the ways you can protect people. You can encourage people from reporting their experiences and make sure that they get protection. The only reason why they're not reporting is because they know that they will not get the help. There is no system in place for them to get support. So with the enterprise-based mechanisms against violence and harassment in the Philippines as well as in Pakistan, those workers who experience violence and harassment would now feel secure that if I report, I know that someone will listen to me. I know that someone will believe me. I know that someone will help me get support from proper authorities, because the support doesn't have to come from the companies alone. For example, domestic violence. we understand that cannot be addressed by the employers alone. It's very complicated, and you need governments and other institutions to help make sure that the people who experience and report domestic violence get the support that they need. And also, one of the affiliates in the Philippines is also in the Congress. They introduced a House resolution, so in Congress, calling for the immediate ratification by the Philippine government of ILO C190. So, as you can see in my presentations, there are commonalities. People are continuing with the dialogue. Governments, people are pushing for collective bargaining agreements. They do a lot of evidence-based campaigning, and all these are very important to making sure that the demand to ratify C190 is very strong. I'm going to end now with this one. So when I say, is this gonna happen, Anna? Is this world of work without gender-based violence going to happen? And my answer to that is yes, without a doubt. Because I don't think you would accept a future with gender-based violence in it, right? We will never accept a future where people are scared going to work because of gender-based violence. And these people in the photos, and you in that room, in the virtual screen, are the ones who will make sure that this happens. You will not wait for gender-based violence-free world of work to happen. You will imagine it, you will build it, and you will protect it. And I'm going to end my presentation with a very short, I think few seconds message from our General Secretary. I know he was with you, but this is another sort of inspiration message to all of you to keep going and keep fighting. Unfortunately, there is no Chinese translation for this. So, yeah.
2 years ago in Geneva, a defining moment, a promise of a world of work free from violence and harassment. For the trade union movement, it was not just an aspiration, but a shared goal to make it happen in our lifetime. This promise must be accompanied by urgent and decisive actions, because we can, and we have a collective responsibility to secure a future where everyone's right to a world of work free from violence and harassment is guaranteed.
All right, I'm going to stop here now. So I will be happy to answer any questions you have.
好，继续。
Thank you very much, Anna, for your sharing and insight for presentation. You shared the experiences of some countries in Asia Pacific region, the journey to ratify the C190. We are also very happy to know that Samoa, the party, will be the next one to ratify the C190. And we also like to thank you for the wonderful song, the video clip. And I think gender equality is the everlasting pursuit of mankind. So please open for any question from the participant on site or online. Any question for Anna? Thank you.
Hello.
I'm from Ministry of Labor. Thank you, Anna, for your wonderful presentation. I have a question. In Asia Pacific region, we have many developing countries in advocating ratification of the C190. I think it is especially difficult in developing countries where the support from the government may be minimal, and also the society is more conservative. From your sharing, I find that while the developing countries such as Nepal and Pakistan have made a lot of progress on this front, that's a nice surprise to me. So I would like to know their secret. How could they go so far on the journey to ratify C190, for example, in Pakistan and Nepal? So Anna, your response?
That's a really great question. I was surprised as well. But I think what made it successful, many things. One is that governments, employers, and unions are together on this. And with the assistance of ILO, it's very important that they get support from other institutions. As you know, ILO provides technical assistance, technical advisory, I don't know what they call that, but for countries requiring assistance so that they are able to reflect the instruments in the national laws and policies, ILO provides assistance to them in the form of training, in the form of support to initiate dialogues. They do that. And this is very crucial. That's why the C190 Action Group was so important, because the ILO made them realize that ratification is not really that complicated, and you're not alone in all of this. You have the employers, you have the unions that are helping you make sure that this happens. But it's also very crucial for unions to get support from ITUC-AP in this regard. If we did not extend support to affiliates in Nepal, I don't think they would even carry out. They might, but it would be very difficult for them to carry out a nationwide ratification campaign. It would be very costly for them, and ratification is not a priority for anyone. And mind you, this campaigning is happening during the pandemic, and people are focusing their resources to pandemic responses. And now people are calling for ratification. They will not use the resources for ratification. So it was so crucial for ITUC-AP to also extend support to affiliates in Nepal in order for them to carry out a targeted ratification campaign. So these for us are very crucial. I hope I was able to respond to your question.
好，谢谢 Anna 的说明。
Thank you very much, Anna, for your response. I think that's why these developing countries have made a lot of progress on the journey to ratify the C190, the collaboration between the trade unions, the government, and the employers. Any other questions? Let me give you the microphone. There's a person online who would like to raise a question, right? This online participant who would like to ask a question, so you can unmute your microphone and ask your question. Make sure that you unmute your mic.
Hello.
Yeah, please. Yeah, yes.
Are you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I'm Zahida Parveen from Pakistan Workers Federation. Thank you, Anna, to show the progress of some efforts of Pakistani workers federations and affiliate unions. I am the part of that struggle to make a law against sexual harassment, and it was passed in 2010. It's a great efforts of Pakistanis, some NGOs, especially trade unions. If we have some achievements due to great efforts of trade unions, they raise their voice, demonstrations, and write a lot of letters, recommendations to the government, to the workers, to the employers, federations, and joint venture will succeed in some ways. But it is not over. It is not the end of our struggle. were struggling because there is a very large number of violence against women in our society. Although they have some laws protect them, our family laws are very strong, but they women can't know about that. This is the time of need of time that the awareness must give to the more workers, especially females, at the plate of trade unions. Thank you.
好，谢谢。
Thank you very much for the sharing from a friend from Pakistan. And do we have any other question online or at this venue? Anna, would you like to respond?
I'm so sorry. I have taken the interpretation off. I was in the English channel, so when Sahida was speaking, I cannot hear it. I'm so sorry for that. Sahida, can you say it again? Was there a question or was that a comment? Sahida, can you, sorry, I missed it. I totally missed it. I was on the wrong channel. So Kahida, can you say it again?
And I am thankful to you to mention the Pakistani struggle, especially trade union struggle in your presentation. I also said that I am the part of that struggle time, 10-year struggle time for passing the sexual harassment bill at workplace 2010. And second, these are the great efforts of PWF leaders to write something, a very large number of letters and recommendations, a press release, demonstrations, and everything for the government to ratify the C190 and do something better workplace for women, especially women workers. So I'm very thankful to you to mention the Pakistani struggles. It is not the end of our struggles. It will continue for the for more efforts for good and conducive place for women workers. Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, Sahida, we will not stop the support to PWF. We will we already extended another support for them to do a follow-up work this year because of the amazing accomplishments last year. We thought that it's a good opportunity to accelerate the campaign once again because they have already set up the dialogues with governments, with employers. So it's a perfect opportunity to build on that and do another follow-up campaign. So I think they are already starting the series of activities for the follow-up, and hopefully you'd be involved in that. And we look forward to some good news. I don't know whether ratification from Pakistan will happen this year, but we'll never know, right? So we're looking forward to some good news.
Okay, thank you, hopefully.
好，谢谢安娜的。
Thank you very much, Anna. Do we have any other questions from our participants here? And here we have a participant. Hi, I'm from Ministry of Labor. I'm Jason. We talked about gender equality. This is a very important topic. During the past 2 years, because of the pandemic, I would like to ask you to share with us in terms of the promotion, whether the COVID-19 pandemic influence or impact your efforts, whether it's an obstacle or maybe it provide an opportunity for gender equality or eliminating of discrimination or other worker-related topics. Maybe in the future, we will have an even larger space for our promotion. Thank you.
Wow, that's another amazing question. And I have some really good, and I'm very proud of this because when the pandemic exploded in 2019, that was the time when we implemented a targeted campaign on building women in youth leadership. We had it for 3 years, from 2019 to 2021, which is still the pandemic period. Can you imagine having a project for 3 years and people cannot meet? We cannot have face-to-face programs. That was very challenging. We thought that because of the pandemic, we would not be able to implement the project anymore. These projects are funded by trade union support organizations from Germany. So when you carry out a project, you have to be able to implement it throughout, and you have to meet the objectives of the project. So when COVID exploded, we were so afraid that we would not be able to implement the project anymore. I mean, how? Most of the activities are designed for face-to-face. People cannot meet, we cannot travel. But immediately, what we did, we converted everything into virtual. It was very challenging, but it was exciting as well, because we didn't know how Zoom works. We didn't know how to enable interpretation, for example. There were so many difficulties converting activities from face-to-face to virtual. But one amazing thing that happened, so this is a project about building women in youth leadership. Before COVID-19 pandemic fully exploded, we were in Bali for the training of 30 women and young people who are part of this project. Immediately after that training, that's when people cannot travel anymore. But that was good because immediately they were able to use the training. They were so inspired by the training, and then you have the pandemic. So these people immediately acted. They negotiated with the employers related to the pandemic. They negotiated with their own trade union leaders to give them the position within the organization so that they can push for many women and youth-related provisions in the government policies or even in the union institutions. So we ended up, after 3 years, in 2021, we ended up with a super, super amazing project that we had so many accomplishments that the funding institution could not believe how it happened. They kept telling us, how did you manage to implement your project? How did you manage to have so many accomplishments, even though the pandemic is still there? It's still a mystery to us. But the secret is that when you give women and young people the space, the opportunity, the leadership, many things will happen. And it happened. It was such an amazing experience. And thank you for asking that, because I'm very proud of what happened during this period. Yeah, I'm sorry. You could probably hear my dogs barking. I'm so sorry if it's noisy.
Okay, 谢谢安娜的回复。
Thank you very much for your response. And do we have further questions from online or our participants here? Any other questions? If no further questions, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you very much, Anna, for your excellent sharing and explanation. And then once again, thank you very much for your support to Taiwan's labor activists. And I hope that we will be able to invite you to come to Taiwan to have exchanges with us when the pandemic situation allows. Thank you very much. This session is concluded. We will move on to the next session. Now we will have the third session here. We have invited from Fiji, Ms. Vatage. She will talk about ratification of the ILO Convention 190, the Fiji experience. Our previous speaker talked about that Fiji was the first nation to ratify Convention C190. So now we will have an opportunity to further understand the Fiji experience. Now let's welcome Ms. Voltage.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you.
可以打开你的那个
Can you turn on your camera?
Okay,
Miss?
sure. Give me a moment. That. Right. First of all, Mbula Vinaka. My name is Merarai Vatenge. I am from Fiji, the National Union of Workers. I work at the National Union of Workers. It's a trade union based in the western side of Fiji, and it is affiliated to our national center, which is the Fiji Trades Union Congress. The Fiji Trade Union Congress is an affiliate of the ITUC AP and the ITUC. So it is a great, it is an honor and a privilege to be invited as a speaker at your webinar today, this afternoon. It's afternoon here in Fiji, to share the Fiji experience, more specifically from the trade union perspective, from the FTUC side of things. Now, to begin with the ratification process, the Fiji Trade Union Congress for us here in Fiji, FTUC is the umbrella body. So all union matters concerning all unions in the country, FTUC handles that. So when it came to the ratification of Convention 190, Fiji Trade Union Congress was one of the organizations that had been involved in the initial stages. In the very initial stages, we had a team from the Secretariat that was part of this. And I would just like to clarify and correct my dear colleague who mentioned earlier, Fiji is the first country in the Pacific to ratify Convention 190. It is the second in the world. The first one, I believe, the first one is Uruguay, and Fiji was the second country to ratify in terms of countries' ratification around the world, but in the Pacific, Fiji is the first one. Now, the FTUC was part of the two ILCs, where a questionnaire was sent to the FTUC on the draft and the text of the convention as part of the pre-drafting process. And also at the initial stages, the FTUC partnered with two important organizations, that is the Fiji Women's Rights Movement and the Fiji Women's Crisis Center, and lobbied for the ratification of this very important convention. Just to share some of the challenges that we encountered during this process. The first one is the public outcry after a workplace incident, a workplace stabbing incident at Walu Bay here in the country. This was on the 31st of August, 2019. Now, this incident is just one of many. It is also a contributing factor in the ratification, in our push for the ratification of Convention 190 by the Fijian government.
And then also the alarming rate of increase in gender-based violence and violence against women and girls, and violence in the workplace. This was also a contributing factor in the lobbying process for the ratification of C190. Yeah? And according to the data in terms of violence and harassment in the world of work, in the Fiji Women's Rights Movement 2016 research, they found that 1 in 5 women they had interviewed had experienced sexual harassment at their workplace. So these were just some of the things that events or incidents that contributed to Fiji's push for the ratification of Convention 190, yeah? And also the victimization of women and girls who speak up about violence and harassment in their workplace. Now, for us in Fiji, our biggest challenge in terms of Convention 190 is the lack of awareness of the law itself surrounding violence and harassment. Now, for us in Fiji, we have our national labor law, that is the Employment Relations Act 2007. And then we also have the violence and harassment policy that we have. So, however, the awareness on these policies, the legislation and policies is one of our biggest challenge. And the other challenge is the lack of enforcement and implementation, whereby the authorities are not able to enforce legislation to prevent, address, or monitor incidents at the workplace. So for us, the role of employers, we believe the role of employers is critical in this aspect. When people are subject to violence or violent behavior or harassment in their workplace, work suffers, productivity is affected. So some of the challenge for employers is that they do not have the mechanisms in place to address the issue of harassment or any form of support services. Not all employers have this form of support services for their employees. So these are just some of the challenges that we have. Now, what are some of the things that we are looking at in terms of when Fiji ratified Convention 190? Some of the things that the FTUC is pushing for is the amendment to the current legislation to be compliant with the text of the Convention 190. And we're also advocating for new workplace policies that would foster safer working spaces for women. And also greater legal protection for women and girls and marginalized groups as well. What we're also pushing for and advocating for when after the ratification of this very important convention is avenues and remedies to be made available for survivors of gender-based violence and sexual harassment. The FTUC has also participated in the legislative review of the national labor laws to ensure they are compliant with the provisions of the convention. I believe if the legislation is changed, there's a change in the legislation to be compliant with the provision of the convention, and I believe this would address the issues that we have in the workplace. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about is FTUC's work post-ratification process, what we have been doing behind the scenes, and suggestions that we have made, submissions that we have made to the government, that is in terms of the implementation and the monitoring process. FDUC has suggested that a national task force be set up by the government, and this to be done in partnership with UN agencies, civil society organization, non-governmental organization, NGOs, to oversee the compliance and the application of Convention 190 here in Fiji. Now, the FDUC has also lobbied with the ILO to provide technical support for legislative review. Currently, there is a consultant who overlooks the review process, and she has prepared a matrix of changes to be made to the local legislation, such as the labor law, which is the Employment Relations Act, and other legislations pertaining to violence and harassment in the world of work. The FDUC has also provided its inputs to the consultant in terms of the challenges that we face in the implementation and enforcement of Convention 190. Now, this is a part of the two-phase consultation process that FDUC is involved in. Now, we also, what we have also done is we're looking at appointing prominent members of the community to be Convention 190 champs or ambassadors for the FDUC. So that's something we are looking at doing. We'll hopefully later this year, we'll have this done. We have a few people already that are doing this. I regard it as Convention 190 champs for the Fiji Trade Union Congress. Now, our other suggestion to the government is that it plays a key role in ensuring that enforcement and implementation machinery are effective. No, I know you'd agree with me, you all would agree with me, no law is good if these two functions of government is not taken seriously. And we will, for us at the FDUC, we will continue to call out the government on this in terms of the shortcomings, the implementation and the enforcement mechanism. Now, to assist the FDUC in the effective implementation of what we suggest is that we intensify our awareness campaign, and that is something that we are currently doing. We're working with all our affiliate unions in terms of intensifying our awareness on this very important convention. And this is amongst our members and workers. We have done workshops, and we have also done seminars on this, and we will have more of this just to have, bring more awareness to this convention, because it applies to them, to the workers, to the members. And also for us, the other important thing for us is strengthening existing partners and networks, and the streamlining of stakeholder resources to make sure that the awareness on Convention 190 is effective. Now, the other thing is that what we continue to push for is in Fiji, our government is very fast to ratify conventions. But the other thing, like I've said earlier, the issue is ratification is one thing, the implementation and enforcement is another. And that's something that we believe at the FDUC, they should go hand in hand. If the government has ratified this convention, the government must also see to its effective implementation and enforcement at the national level, at various levels. So that is something that we continue to push for, because for us at FDUC level, we are doing our bit. We are raising awareness. We are letting our members know. And for me personally, there have appeared in webinars presenting on Convention 190, sharing the trade union experience. Now, one story that I always share in the presentations that I've participated in, or panel discussions that I've participated in the past, is when this, just to give an example on how we have assisted our members in terms of awareness, in terms of making them aware that there is an international convention that covers violence and harassment in the world of work. Now, there was an incident in 2020 at a garment factory here in Lautoka, where I'm based. So one of our members came to my office one day, and she was very emotional. And she told me that she had encountered, she had been bullied by her line supervisor, and she felt like giving up, and she wanted to quit her job. I had to talk to her. I had to talk her out of it. And then, you know, it really is sad to see that, you know, it has come to a point where workers choose to just give up. Like the way they are treated at the workplace has given them no choice but to feel like, oh, that's it, I should just quit my job. So it came to that point, and I told her, look, do you know that there are laws in place? And this is a member whose education level is very, I would say, substandard. So I had to explain to her in our Itauke language that there are laws in place that covers this kind of incidents, and that she should not quit her job. So when she left, she was very satisfied. She said, okay, should I return to work? I told her, yeah, return to work. I will talk to your boss about it. So I had sent an email to the general manager of the factory, and I told him that what the line supervisor did was wrong. And it really took a toll on the workers' mental health. So I did email them about Convention 190. I told them, look, there is a convention in place. And then I told them as well about the text from the our legislation, our Employment Relations Act, and they acted immediately. Like some employers, what they do is when we come across this kind of incidents, when we make them aware, when we let them know that there are laws that they could be taken to task, they address it as quick as they can. Now, like I said earlier, not all employers have the ability to do this. Some employers have gone out of their way after the ratification and included policies, included the text of the convention in their workplace policies. And for some of the unions, from some of the affiliate unions, this has also been negotiated into the collective agreements. So that is a positive outcome for us at the trade union level, seeing that at the affiliate level, this is what's happening. The affiliates are really pushing for the inclusion of the text of the convention in its collective bargaining agreement to cover the workers. So that is just a brief of the convention, the ratification of Convention 190 from Fiji, the trade union perspective. Now, I'm happy to answer any question that you may have, Vinaka.
应该都是根据的简报在说明的。好，谢谢
Thank you very much, Ms. Vertaj. We know that there is a PPT file that you provided us. Do you need to elaborate on that PowerPoint file? Hello, can you hear me?
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, I should have shared my screen. I had emailed the not sure if you're seeing my screen. Can you see my screen?
No? Oh, yes. Now we see your screen now. Yeah, we can see your screen now.
You can see the PowerPoint, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, yeah, whatever is on this this PowerPoint is what I had just briefly touched on. And if you can see up on the screen, the picture that's up on the screen, all we have the FTUC, we have basically the tripartite levels that attended the discussion on the ratification of Convention 190 at Holiday Inn in Suva. We have our trade union representative there, our Assistant National Secretary, and Ms. Jyotika Sharma, who is from our secretariat, and the ILO director for the Pacific. And we have representatives from the Ministry of Labor and government who are part of this. And some of the pictures that I have up there are just campaign pictures that we did prior to the ratification of Convention 190. We're heavily pushing for the ratification of C190. So these are just some of the pictures from our various affiliates. So yes, basically whatever is on this slide is what I had touched on. And as I've mentioned, we have, yes, the biggest plus point for us, we have ratified Convention 190. And this is something that for the first time was passed unanimously in the Fijian parliament. For the first time, there was no opposition. So yes, we're grateful that we have ratified. We're happy that Fiji has ratified Convention 190. Now, looking at the bigger picture, there's still work that needs to be done in terms of the enforcement and the implementation and the enforcement of the convention. That is the biggest challenge that we have right now here in Fiji. So yes, that's also what's on my screen, and I had briefly shared on.
好，谢谢。
Thank you very much, Ms. Vatach, for that elaboration. Now we would like to open the floor for questions at the venue and online. For your comments or questions. Here we have Mr. Sun. Hi, I'm from Ministry of Labor. My name is Chang. Thank you very much for your sharing. And I would like to congratulate Fiji for being the second nation ratifying ILO C190. Here, I would like to ask you to elaborate that in your presentation, August 31st, 2019, the incident is a very important trigger. Can you further talk to us about how this push and how this incident impact on the ratification of a C190? And the second question will be that if other countries would also to urge the government to ratify ILO C190, what will be your suggestions for us to be in compliance with the regulations or contents of the C190 to facilitate the ratification of C190 in their country? Thank you very much.
Thank you for this two very important question. Now, in terms of the first question, the incident that happened on the 31st of August, 2019, this was a stabbing incident. A husband came to his wife's workplace, and there was no idea who had allowed him in the first place, and he stabbed her to death. So there was a public outcry on this. It made the news. It was all over the media. Like, how could the employer let this happen? How could this incident happen in the workplace? So when this made the news, the employer was also put on the spotlight, and I'm sure we wouldn't want our employers to be on the spotlight for such incidents. So this was very unfortunate. And because of this incident, the campaign towards the ratification of C190 was intensified. So this intensified the campaign for the ratification of Convention 190 from all civil society organizations. The two main ones that I had highlighted earlier, the Fiji Women's Rights Movement and the Fiji Women's Crisis Center. And together with the FDUC, we intensified our campaign, and they just put a foot down and said, look, Fiji must ratify Convention 190 to address incidents like this and ensure that these kind of incidents will never happen again in the future. And this should be the first and the last. I mean, like, yeah, we intensified our campaign. Government took heed of this. And like I said, this was just one of many incidents that, because this when he made the news, it was all over the media outlets in Fiji, that the government believed it was time that they do this. They ratify Convention 190 to address this. There are other incidents that have not, that were not as big as this, that have made it to the media, that have just been swept under the carpet. So because of these kind of incidents, the government, the civil society organization, all stakeholders pushed for the ratification of Convention 190. And just on the second question, I believe the suggestion would be to intensify the campaign and lobby for the ratification of Convention 190. It's a very important convention, one of a kind, and like I said, it addresses the issue of violence and harassment in the world of work. So just about pre-ratification, intensifying the campaign at all levels. That would be the suggestion from FDUC, because that is something that we had done pushing for the ratification of C190 here in Fiji. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vataj. So do we have any other questions from our participant online and at the venue? Now we have representatives from Ministry of Labor to raise a question. Hi, my name is Liu Kunling from Ministry of Labor. In your presentation, you talked about that in the process of promotion or lobby, some of the obstacle is from the business or the employers. So I would like to ask, and please further elaborate. I would like to ask you to elaborate on that. Part of the obstacle is from the employer's side. Can you tell us why they are opposed to it? Because no need to use regulations and law, or they have different opinions on the contents of a C190. And I also would like to know how trade unions communicate and explain to the employers on the ratification of a C190. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that question. Yes, some of the issue why I mentioned employers, the challenge that we face during and still post-ratification as well is some employers, not all, some employers are reluctant to adopt, when we ratify international conventions, when we replicate it into our national laws, the national laws would have to, would have to replicate that in our workplace policies at lower levels. So for some of the employers, they were reluctant to adopt new policies and implement new policies. That is their reluctance. We're really not sure why. This, I believe, for some of the smaller employers, smaller businesses that are reluctant to adopt policies that would reflect the text of Convention 190. It's just about adopting or implementing a new policy. I believe that for them is a big process that they'd have to do. So they are reluctant. That's their reluctance towards this. But like I said earlier, it's not all employers. It's just some of the employers that we find that are reluctant to adopt policies, because they would also, in the policy, would have to provide a remedy and avenues as well for those, for victims or survivors, rather, I like to use the word survivor, of violence and harassment in the workplace. So that really is just the reluctance from the employer's side. I didn't get the second question though. Sorry, if you could just repeat that. There was a second question.
So I just want to further understand that in terms of employers' opposition, how trade unions communicate with them in response and explain further to them, facing their opposition toward the ratification of C190. What trade unions had done facing oppositions from the employers for ratification of C190.
Just some that we have, thank you for that. Just some instances where we have come across this, where the employer had given the excuse of this will be a long process, you know, adopting new policies, including all how we had communicated about this is through collective bargaining during negotiation for collective agreements. This is when we communicate to them, we let them know about including the text of this convention into the CBA. So we explain to them how important it is for the workers and also for them as an employer, because at the end of the day, if an incident occurs at the workplace, it will reflect on the kind of policies, the kind of workplace policies and mechanisms that they have, the employer has. And at the end of the day, what we told them is if we ever come across instances of violence or reports of violence and or harassment for that matter from our members, from the workers, then we'd have to take it further. We'd have to, we'll file a grievance, we'll file it in court. And that is the next step for us. So some employers, we've managed to change their mindset in terms of telling them about the inclusion of Convention 190, the text really to be reflected in the collective bargaining agreements. So communicating it to them is through a collective bargaining process or negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vettage, for your response. Any other questions from the participant online or on site? We have a question here. Ms. Xie from CFL has a question. Hello. My name is Xie from CFL Taiwan. I learned that even people with a very good educational background may be intimidated by not reporting the case of violence and harassment, let alone that those people who receive the little education. In Fiji, you have domestic law to protect workers after the ratification of C190. My question is, for FTUC and other trade unions in Fiji, do you have any communication strategy to advocate C190 and other national laws? Have you encountered any obstacles in communicating with workers? For example, the content of the workshop may be too complicated. Maybe people with less education may not be able to understand the content. So any obstacles in your communication strategy? Thank you.
Thank you for that very important question. Yes, for us at the FTUC level, like I mentioned earlier, our job is to advocate or make our members aware about this, about Convention 190. Now, we have been doing that through workshops, through seminars, and also informal meetings that we have with the workers. Now, in terms of the communication, some that maybe that will not be able to understand what we have is we're able to translate it into our local dialects. And like I mentioned, we have also looking at appointing Convention 190 ambassadors or C190 champs from the FTUC level. So when we have national council meetings, when we have bigger meetings, we're able to get these Convention 190 champs or advocates to go out there to the grassroots level, to the workers, to the members, to our members specifically, and talk about Convention 190 to them. And in the language that they understand, we're ready to have somebody translate it in Fiji Hindi and also in Fijian, the two other languages in this country. So for those who do not understand English, we have that in place. We're able to translate it to our members. And really every other, for us, every other union worker, union staff, when members approach us at the office, we explain it to them and in the easiest or the simplest terms possible, and we let them know about Convention 190. Just recently, on Monday, I had a meeting here with the government workers where I had given that example earlier on. So we had a meeting here with them, and majority of them only have primary school level education. So I had one of my other colleagues who was here with me, who was able to translate. I was able to speak in my language, in the Fijian language. I was able to talk to, it was an informal meeting. It was a round table, had the members over at my office after work. So I was able to do that. From my side, I was able to speak in English, and then I was able to translate. And the same my colleague did in Fiji Hindi for Fijians of Indian descent who are members. So that are some of the things that we are doing, not only at FTUC level, at the affiliate level. These are what we're doing to our members, getting them to know more about Convention 190. Thank you.
好，谢谢 Ms. Bud.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vetaj, for your response. Any other comments or questions from the participant online? If there's no question for now, maybe I can raise one or two questions. In your presentation, you cited surveyed in 2016. 1 in 5 women suffer sexual harassment at workplace. I would like to know, after Fiji ratified the C190, have these situations been improved? That means you have less incidents of violence and harassment at a workplace. After you ratified the C190, you also talked about some high-risk sector, tourism, and also public service, and also healthcare, retail, these sectors. You think the risks are higher? Could you also comment on this? The last question is, could you also touch upon the situation of domestic violence in Fiji? Domestic violence. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for this very important questions. The data that I had cited earlier, the 1 in 5 women, is the research from one of the civil society organization, one of the very important civil society organization in this country, which is the Fiji Women's Rights Movement, whereby they interviewed 1 in 5 women who had experienced sexual harassment in their workplace. Now, this is a 2016 research. Fiji ratified Convention 190 years after that. However, it's really sad to say that, and like I had said in my earlier presentation, there's still work that needs to be done. There's one thing to ratify convention and get praises about it. The ratification and implementation process is is a different story altogether. And in Fiji, we're hoping, there's still work that needs to be done. We're hoping that this will change. Unfortunately, because of COVID-19, these numbers really have not, I would say, have not really changed that much because the pandemic had really played a huge part in terms of the reporting of the instances of violence and harassment in the workplace. And it's, like I said, there's still work that needs to be done. And that is why post-ratification, FTUC is intensifying its campaign and pushing for the government to enforce and implement Convention 190 at various levels. Now, in terms of the domestic violence in this country, again, domestic violence, there's an alarming rate of increase in domestic violence cases in this country, even though we have a national domestic violence policy and a legislation that's in place. This is still something that we're really not proud of. The cases of domestic violence in this country is still very much high. And with the ratification of Convention 190, we hope that the numbers will come down. But then again, it will all boil down to the effective enforcement of Convention 190 and its reflection, its replication in the national laws. Thank you.
好，谢谢您的说明跟回复。那不知道
Thank you very much for your response and the further elaboration. Now we would like to see whether we have any other questions from our participants. If we don't have any further questions or comments, once again, we would like to thank Ms. Wataj for your excellent speech and presentation. We hope that we can invite you to come to Taiwan to have exchanges with our trade union friends. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. 好，在我们结束上午的议程之前，我们
Before we conclude this morning session, can we ask our online participants to turn on your camera for us to have a screenshot? Our friends online, please turn on your camera. Now we would like to have a photo of the screen showing the participation in this forum. So we would like to ask our friends online, our participants online, to turn on your camera. And we will have a screenshot. Thank you very much. Thank you much, our friends online. Now we would like to conclude the morning session. Please come back before 1:30 p.m. Taiwan time. Thank you very much. See you then.